entire English alphabet in a slow, non-rhythmic manner, meaning you're not going to sing it, okay? Do you understand the instructions? Okay, what were the instructions?
Not to sing the national anthem backwards.
Not to sing the national anthem backwards. What I want you to do when I tell you to, keep your arms down by your side and your feet together. I want you to close your eyes, tilt your head backwards. When I tell you to, don't begin until I tell you to. And I want you to say the alphabet from A to Z in a slow, non-rhythmic manner, okay? Meaning you're not going to sing it, okay? Do you understand the instructions? Okay, what were the instructions?
I'll repeat A through Z, non-rhythmic, making sure you get everyone correct.
Tiger apologized a few days later with some added
Jesus Christ, how much did you drink? This seems like a harder site. It might be maybe better in rep.
context. I want the public to know that alcohol was not involved. What happened was an unexpected reaction to prescribed medications. I didn't realize the mix of medications had affected me so strongly. Even though he put his and others' lives at risk by driving under the influence, Tiger was met with overwhelming support from his colleagues and fans. Retired professional golfer Jack Nicklaus voiced his sympathy, saying, "He needs our help." Many rushed to his defense, pointing out his chronic back issues and the challenges that come with managing the pain. Fellow professional golfer Bill Haas said, "4 back surgeries? How can we know what that's like? Obviously, he's dealing with a lot. People jump to conclusions. A lot of them are wrong." The only golfer who actually wanted to pose a reasonable question chose to stay anonymous, because you can't criticize Tiger Woods. I think we are all worried about Tiger, but you have to ask, what was he doing at that hour? And why is he taking Vicodin? I thought he said a few days ago that he never felt better, but he's taking Vicodin? I just hope that isn't an indication of something a lot more serious. It was later revealed that Tiger had a mix of Vicodin, Dilaudid, Xanax, Ambien, and THC in his system, further highlighting an irresponsible usage of prescription medication. He clearly had a problem, but many who spoke about his arrest emphasized his importance to the sport. I hope he plays again. The tour needs him. I hope he gets out of it, and I hope he plays golf again. He needs a lot of support from a lot of people, and I'll be one of them. It was clear that all had been forgiven before Tiger had even managed to rectify the situation.
Must be so nice to just play golf all day. You know how nice of a life that must be? You're always at a country club that's serving some of the best food in the country, and they always comp you because you're Tiger Woods or whatever. The drinks are free. The women are free, basically, unless you're married or whatever. Like, it's just not free, but I mean, you know, not women are like a proper piece of chattel or something. I'm talking about like the women throw themselves at you. It's not free. It's just like the women freely throw themselves at you is a better, more accurate phrase is what I meant. And like, your biggest bum out in life is if they catch you cheating on your wife, or if the sun isn't shining at Downton Meadows that day or whatever. Then, like, you know, and I was just thinking about that. And you have these expensive sport cars. You can drive to all the golf course that's by your house, and you probably build your house next to the best golf course in the country, right? And then you just drive to the golf course every day, and they're like, "Hello, Mr. Woods. Here's your free valet and your free introductory, like, you know, wheatgrass lemonade, you know, fucking specialty drink thingy with protein in it or whatever that's super good." And And here's like, you know, would you like a massage today, sir, before you go out? Would you like you know, we got a tanning bed. Would you like to get a tan today, sir? And he says, oh no, I'll be out in the sun soon enough. And and then and the life. That life, it's not that the money is what's attractive to me. It's just you always have fun, and that I can find attractive. Like just having fun all the time. Like gotta go play some golf now, or whatever. And honestly, my life is like that. I gotta say, being a video game guy, I'll never make the kind of money Tiger Woods made. But you know, well, I don't know. But I mean, I don't think I'll ever make as much money as Tiger Woods ever made. So, you know, so I get to do this with video games, and I just have fun all day, and I actually really enjoy it a lot. Now, this seems to be the one that we were looking for that actually will give a good rep. Good standings change. Yeah, now eat and come. Now, in 15 or 20 minutes, a new one will come up. So this is how we'll do this. Because it didn't work for me out there in Posh Fun. It didn't work. I made a comment on a Loru video about... let's go to my history. I'll start with what I looked at today with Loru. Did I watch Mars Attacks? I don't remember putting it on. No, I just watched Elden Ring all night, like unabated. Or not, I'm sorry. YouTube all night, unabated. The incipient Trome thing, I came and made a comment.
There's target swapping. You're going to have the other two Vedmax going there. No localized heals. Typically how we do this is 2 remote reps are always on. And even though it says, like, not cap stable, because that micro warp drive's on. With this 30 minutes, that's cap stable. With this on, it's 2 minutes. That's fine because you don't normally keep these on forever. Oh, also, we have the Scram on. 2 minutes, still fine, is what it is. You're going to have each Vedmac is going to be using 2 heals.
I wanted to look at my posts. Playlist, live, home, video, manage. Maybe that's in, you. Yes, but I mean, where are my comments? I've seen those before, but I don't remember how to do it. History, I think it is, actually. No, I'm gonna go and I'm going to delete that comment. Got it. Because I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Never mind. No, I don't care about that.
He attended a brief intensive program, likely to deal with his still undisclosed addiction to painkillers, and once he was ready to return, he was welcomed back with open arms. Now, I'm not saying that being empathetic...
No, wait, this wasn't what I thought it was. It was just another drone thingy. I don't know. I think I wanna... Oh, yeah, nice. This is a good place to live by because I can just come over here and loot this all the time and get stuff that I need. Vegeta, huh?
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Pathetic to someone struggling is not important. I actually encourage it. But there clearly is a level of status you can reach in this world where consequences get much softer. And the best thing that could have happened to Tiger's career and reputation took place in 2018. At 43 years old, he came back to the game with serious momentum. He competed in 18 tournaments, which is the most active he had been since 2012. He tied for second in the 2018 PGA Championship, nearly winning his 15th major. But he shocked the world when he won for the 80th time at the 2018 Tour Championship. The entire crowd swarmed him as he walked up to the 18th green, knowing they were witnessing history. This event put him back in the winner's circle for the first time since 2013. But as if this moment wasn't historic enough, he would do something even more unbelievable the following year. Tiger Woods would go on to win the 2019 Masters tournament. He had not won a major since 2008, and his previous Masters win was in 2005. The golf world was just grateful to have him back, but nobody expected him to be a major champion again. Golf fans felt extremely comfortable with Tiger back on top. His controversies did not paint the story of a messy and troubled superstar. It was about a man who overcame adversity and triumphed, with headlines reading, "Tiger Woods' Masters win is a great sporting comeback story." After serious doubts, Tiger Woods completes a long road back to glory at Masters. And fans writing things like, "When he sank that putt, I cried like a baby. The Masters will always be my dad and me rooting for Tiger. It's been a long, strange trip, but welcome back, Tiger." I think he is a changed man, not just a golfer, but much more importantly as a man and father. Woods' chaotic personal life was pushed aside whenever it became an issue, but now it was a convenient plot point behind what many called a return to glory. One fan even wore a t-shirt with his mugshot on it, something that Tiger smiled at as he walked by, indicating that his troubled past was now behind him and it was something we could all laugh at. Tiger continued to build onto this narrative with his 82nd win at the 2019 Zozo Championship, tying the record for the most PGA Tour wins of all time, a record that was set by Sam Snead in 1965. It was looking like Woods was going to continue to break records and remain a contender even in his mid-40s, but this was the last time we would ever see Tiger Woods in the winner's circle. And considering his recent controversies, combined with him being 50 years old, it's almost officially over for good. Tiger didn't play much in 2020 as he was battling back pain. He was set to make his return at the 2021 Masters when he nearly died in a car accident. On February 22nd, 2021, Tiger was traveling 84 to 87 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone when he lost control, hit a curb, and then struck a tree. Investigators estimated that Tiger's vehicle impacted the tree at 75 miles per hour, at which point the vehicle flipped over and landed in some brush. There was no evidence that the golfer tried to brake, and investigators believe Woods may have inadvertently stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake pedal in a panic.
Oh, no.
He was rushed to the trauma center where he immediately underwent emergency surgery. Woods suffered comminuted open fractures in the upper and lower portions of his tibia and fibula of his right leg. It's a miracle that his injuries were not more severe.
And now he's like,
report-
you know, it reminds me of Leonardo DiCaprio's depiction of Howard Hughes, and towards, like, I don't know, around the age of 45, Howard Hughes had like crashed in a plane twice or whatever it was, and he was like mostly like a broken shell of a husk of a man, and he had traveled around in a wheelchair, and he had a doctor with him wherever he went. And like, that's what this kind of reminds me of. It's sort of dumb. It's like the money of being this rich playboy eventually turns you into this cripple.
Reported that he likely would not have survived if the airbags hadn't deployed. Interestingly enough, investigators did not attempt to get warrants to get blood samples to see if he was driving under the influence, so we don't know for sure, but many speculate, due to his track record of driving infractions, that this was a result of drugs. Regardless, the severity of the situation was met with love and support for Tiger's recovery. Even if his bad habits were responsible for the wreck, it wasn't the time or place to call it out. Additionally, this was just another moment of adversary that Tiger could eventually be worshipped for overcoming. 1 year after the wreck, Tiger was honored for his accomplishments and inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame.
Playing at some of these golf courses, I was not allowed in the clubhouses where all the other juniors were. Color of my skin dictated that. As I got older, that drove me even more. So as I was denied access into the clubhouses, that's fine. Put my shoes on here in the parking lot. I asked 2 questions only.
You know who he reminds me of? Oki's Weird Stories. He has a to Amzen. Yeah, he reminds me of Oki from Oki's Weird Stories. Very driven black man.
Where was the first tee, and what
Feels like they want to prove something.
was the course record?
Once again, we see
I think he proved that, yeah, maybe black people could be better at golf than white people. I think that's kind of funny. I like that. He did too. Because golf is such a white sport. But even that, black people can probably do better, which is funny. That's why he was so popular. It is funny. It like definitely makes everybody chortle probably. Like, black man's better at golf than all the whiteys. God, I love teasing the honkies. Anyways.
this interesting dichotomy of Tiger's reputation on full display. The moment is all about his accomplishments, and there is no acknowledgement of the darker past during the ceremony. And while people are quick to brush away those scandals when it's actually time to talk about them, they're quick to bring them back up to drive the emotional impact of him overcoming adversity. Tiger manages to adopt all the good favor from his controversies while everyone else is desperately trying to avoid talking about them and genuinely holding him accountable. But anyone who thought his golf game would return was just delusional. In 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, Tiger played just 13 times. None of those times was he even remotely considered to be in contention to win. In the 2024 Masters, Tiger Woods placed dead last with a total score of plus 16. At this point, he was just an ambassador of the game, showing up for the fans and his sponsors. It was clear that Tiger simply wasn't capable of competing at the highest level anymore. The countless surgeries to his back and knee had clearly affected his performance in a way that made it hard to believe he was once the greatest golfer to ever live. This likely affected him on a deep mental level. His father had placed immense pressure on him to succeed, and his journey as a professional golfer was promised to be one that altered the course of humanity. Additionally, the guy just loved to compete. He wanted to beat everyone every time, and now he simply just had no chance. Tiger missed the entirety of the 2025 season, and his mother sadly passed away during that time as well. Leading up to the 2026 Masters, at age 50, the golf world was excited to see his return.
Oh, I wonder if that's gonna happen to me when I'm about 50. That sucks. Ooh, Aurora, I need that. Maybe I could do that one bit of training I need to do. I'm supposed to buy White Hot too.
But he once again got into a car accident while driving under the influence.
Oh, good.
On March 27th, 2026, Tiger Woods rolled over his SUV in a single car crash on June.
Get a fucking Uber. Call a taxi. I'm a taxi driver. Trust me. I tell them when they get in the cab, look, you can pay the $25,000 fucking Dewey, or you can pay the $20.
Jupiter Island, Florida. Initially, Tiger appears to be fine, doing his best.
Pay the $20. Take a taxi ride. I'll regale you with stories of times past, or sexual encounters, or music that I like, or sports, or we can talk about football. It doesn't matter. I'll regale you with stories. It doesn't matter. But you should pay me the $25 so that you don't have to pay the 25 grand. So you drive around fucking crashing into, telephone poles with your 7 drugs and your marijuana and your fucking drunk ass or whatever. I really don't approve of drunk driving when you can call up an Uber and have somebody arrive at your house 7 minutes later, ready to sell you fairly reasonable ride. I mean, it's not reasonable, but it's like it's more reasonable than a Dewey or whatever. I don't believe in drunk driving. I really don't. Not in the modern age, not if you're in a city. Maybe out there in the boondocks it might be a little more acceptable if you're like 25 minutes from the closest anything, maybe. But no, like in main cities, it's unacceptable. It's always unacceptable to drunk drive, but I mean, like, out there, if you're in, like, the boondocks in the woods and there's only one road and nobody's on it, I think that's okay. But it's like, you know, like, but, you know, because there's no one else there, you know, but, like, that's one thing. But yeah, you still, if a cop wants to, they should be able to pull you over for DUI, you know.
As to hide the fact that
In the city, no, unacceptable. Always call an Uber, always get a taxi, especially you, Richard.
he is severely intoxicated, resting on one knee to maintain his balance and composure.
What are you doing? Why are you wasted? At a
Momentarily,
golf club. Why are you... Stay home. You're Tiger. Nobody's going to care if you stay home. Your publicist will handle it. Even if you miss a tour, it doesn't matter. Your publicist will handle it. Stay home.
he steps away while taking
You're
a
so dumb.
phone call, revealing he was talking to Donald Trump.
Donald
down here with us,
Trump.
please.
Thank you so much. All right, you got it. All right, thank you. Bye. Say again?
Just keep you down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
The police were suspicious and conducted a
I
routine
was just talking to the president. What? Are you sure it's not the president of that golf course? I was just talking to the president. Oh my god. It's so cheesy.
sobriety test, which he failed miserably.
Is Tiger Woods MAGA? Of course he is. MAGA. Is Tiger Woods MAGA? Oh my god, he's dating the ex-wife of Donald Trump Jr. because his wife left him, I guess. Wow. No, I bet he is. I bet he's MAGA. No, that's a Dewey. Fucking put him in the back. Sit in the back. You're wasted. Sit down. Yeah, you're done. Damn, hot cop. She is fly.
You believe your normal faculties are impaired, okay, and you're under the unknown substance, okay. So at this time you're under arrest for DUI, yes, sir.
Once he was placed
Yes,
under
sir.
arrest, footage of him in the back seat shows him looking extremely inebriated, nodding off, and barely able to stay awake. Opioids
Oh
and
my
benzo
God,
hiccups. Looks like
benzo
me
hiccups.
20 years ago. Addiction doesn't care who you are. Bro could hire 10 drivers a day and still be rich. Cooked.
Oh my god, and benzo hiccups. Oh.
Up until this point, all of his controversies were more open to interpretation, which usually led to him receiving a more charitable framing. But with uncut body cam footage documenting the event, the severity of his addiction was too apparent to ignore. Once an athlete reaches that Michael Jordan level of greatness, the general public almost looks at them as an institution rather than a person. They generate too
The
much...
shot was amazing. The shot he took probably was amazing. Blah, 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 blah. Get me going. Let's go. Don't tell me what to do. Shut up, you. Blah, 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 blah. What? Had to do something? Do the what now? What do I do now? Oh, follow Neva, okay.
money and provide too much entertainment value for the public to comfortably let them fail. So instead of asking whether
But he's
their
so
behavior was wrong,
entertaining.
people
What kind of argument is that? It's like Michael. It's kind of like Michael Jackson, but he's so entertaining. But Michael Jackson was so entertaining. Come on, who cares if he raped like 35 kids? Who cares? He's so entertaining. He's so entertaining, though. Oh, come on, he's so entertaining. Like, Tiger Woods is so entertaining. Who cares if he cheats on like 10 women and crashes 5 cars and gets wasted and crashes into ravines and Ranchos Palos Verdes drunk from the fucking the club or whatever, the golf club. Oh my God. So what if his wife chases him with a golf club? It's fine.
start searching.
He's so entertaining. What will we do without his entertaining on the PGA Tour on a Sunday, like 3 weeks a year? What are we going to do without him? He entertains us for those 3 weeks in the PGA Tour or whatever. Come on, he's so entertaining. We should totally... Who cares if he cheats on his wife and crashes cars into people or whatever? He's so entertaining.
For reasons to explain it away. People don't just want Tiger to recover, they need him.
They need their entertainment. Here we are now. Entertain us.
He is too important to golf, too valuable to sponsors, and too central to the sport's identity, which is why the responses to the aftermath of his controversies are not really met with criticism. Jason Day responded with, "He's my hero. He was my hero growing up. The reason why I play golf is because of this tournament, the Masters, and Tiger. It's hard to see him go through what he's going through, and especially under the microscope, it must be hard to be who he is and have everyone look kind of down on him." Patrick Reed said, "Without Tiger Woods in the events, honestly, I feel it hurts the game of golf. We want them to come back and be healthy and ready to go." Friend and fellow PGA Tour pro Bubba Watson also had kind and supportive words.
From day one that we started hanging out back in 06, 07, somewhere in there, that I would, I'm pulling for him as a human being, forget his golf, I could care less about his golf. Anybody that's struggling with anything, I feel for him.
Tiger has a long documented history of reckless driving, and he has actively put the lives of countless...
Look at all these wrecked cars! Jesus Christ, get a fucking Uber, Richard! Oh my God, it's like he wanted to be this big black legacy icon, but really I'm judging him on his money. I don't care about the color of his skin. In the modern age, we don't say the N-word anymore. We say richer towards rich people. Our bias is towards rich people. No! Get an Uber, Richer! Get an Uber! Get an Uber, Richard. Call me, you know? I'm the taxi driver. Call me. Get an Uber.
People in danger as a result. It's naive to assume the only time he drove under the influence are
God, I love South Park. These are South Park jokes, by the way.
The 4 times that he's been caught. It's more likely that this is something he does on a...
You cash chucker! You dirty cash chucker!
A regular basis. These are not just simple mistakes. This is dangerous behavior that could eventually cost someone their life. Even after his prime has ended, he is still the face of golf. Nobody has come close to replicating or matching his greatness. For those financially and emotionally invested in the prosperity of professional golf, they cannot allow Tiger to become anything less than a legend. But a little bit of criticism might go a long way. Every day, about 32 people in the United States die in drunk driving crashes. That's one person every 44 minutes.
7 of them are every 7 of those 100,000 are Tiger Woods. Oh my God.
11,904 people died in alcohol.
11,904 drunk driving accidents last year. 7 of them were Tiger Woods.
All impaired driving traffic deaths. These deaths were all preventable. I understand addiction is brutal, and just saying stop drinking or stop doing drugs is a massive oversimplification, but he at the very least should have a full-time driver who can safely travel him where he needs to go. There is a deep emotional tie to Tiger Woods, and many don't want to admit that their idealized version of him is not accurate. We can reasonably speculate why Tiger has never been able to recover from his addiction and continues to engage in this behavior. Tiger Woods hasn't faced any repercussions legally, and many people who have committed the same crimes as him have been jailed.
You dirty cash chucker.
fined, or at least had their license suspended. Then again, if we're being honest, he's rich enough where none of those things would truly impact him. He has also never faced any consequences or real criticism in the world of golf. The DUIs, the car crashes, and the cheating scandals are used to show his resilience and determination rather than highlight his dysfunction. Change has never been demanded of Tiger, so it's not entirely surprising that he never did. So once again, after committing another crime, he told everyone he's going to be stepping away for a while. So it seems like the cycle repeats. He will one day come back to golf, be praised for his perseverance, play terribly because he is old and cannot compete with the abundance of phenomenal young talent. It will then eat away at him, and from there
Oh no,
we can
but
only...
what will we do without the entertainment? We need the entertainment from him 3 days a year. Or whatever it is.
hope he doesn't get loaded and drive a car.
It's like Ezra Miller. Like, who cares if he grooms a 14-year-old girl? We need Marvel icons and Harry Potter icons. We need entertainment. Entertain us. Here we are now. Who cares what they do as long as they entertain us and have $1 billion? My hams will hit frigs, which is really cool. It actually really melts them. I want to take the Gnosis to faction warfare and run like larges, heavies, or whatever it is, large, mediums, or whatever, and see if can make some money and just kill anybody on the way or whatever. I don't know. Autopiloting a Tristan out is cheap. She's still talking. I left like 5 minutes ago. I don't care what she says. I can't believe she's still talking. Jesus Christ. Bethesda. This is a live stream?
To humanity.
It is a live stream.
And Judy Woodruff looks at a
look, it's starting
statewide
right
effort
now.
in Ohio to
I used to really love watching
identify
PBS
the final
Live
resting places of
when I was a
thousands
kid.
who fought in the Revolutionary
I used to
War.
really love
These
watching this live when I was a
grave
kid. It
sites
really
will
was
not
like a
live
thing
on
that I did
forever,
every
but to
afternoon
be
with my
able to
parents, and I
document
loved it. At
them
like 5
is
p.m.
the
we would
best
watch
thing
the
we can
PBS
do,
NewsHour.
because that will outlive all of us.
Or at least my dad did. I don't know if my mom liked this one that much, but yeah, my dad and I really liked this one. She was a bit more of a commercial
Major
lady.
funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Oh,
the
did they
ongoing
replace
support
the
of
old
these
lady? They must
individuals
have.
and institutions.
Judy or whoever.
And
whatever
friends of the
her name was.
NewsHour, including Leonard
She
and
was
Norma
on for
Florfine
50 years
and the
or
Judy
something.
and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation.
Judy Bloom. Oh my God, Judy fucking Bloom. Are you serious?
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Wait,
Welcome to the News Hour. On this Memorial Day, Iranian and U.S. officials agree progress to end the war has been made, but how much remains uncertain. President Trump suggested this weekend that a deal was close, before saying that the U.S. is in no rush to reach an agreement. As negotiations resume today in Doha with a visit by senior Iranian officials, Iran acknowledged agreement on many points, but said the signing of a deal was not imminent. Nick Schifrin's been tracking the statements and updates, and he joins us here now. So, Nick, let's start with the U.S. The president was very positive over the weekend about the potential for a deal. What did he say today?
He was very much on the fence about the possibility of a deal today. This is what he wrote on Truth Social this morning. It will only be a great deal for all or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before, and nobody wants that. But as you said on Saturday, he wrote that an agreement had largely been negotiated, and that led to prominent public criticism from Israel and some Republican allies that want to restart the war. So what's in the deal? Senior administration official briefed reporters this weekend. A European and a regional official confirmed that this is the outline of the deal as it is right now. In the first phase, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. would end its blockade. Number two, the war would end, including Lebanon. We'll talk more about that in a moment. And the third phase is in principle agreements. Iran limits its nuclear program and the U.S. lifts its sanctions. And if that third point sounds familiar, it is. That is the core of the 2015 JCPOA nuclear deal, and it's also the core of this deal. So that brings us to the second phase. Iran would freeze its uranium enrichment for TBD years, likely somewhere between 10 and 20 years, but that is still under the negotiation. Number two, Iran would export its nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium. The senior administration official admitted there's a question about how precisely to do that, but did say the supreme leader had signed off on that in principle, and an Iranian official has told me that Iran is willing to export to the IAEA, but not to the U.S. And thirdly, in exchange for all that, the core of the U.S. offer, lifting sanctions, unfreezing assets. Senior administration official said the more accommodations that Iran makes, the more money the U.S. would free up. As the official put it, quote, no dust, no dollars, a reference to the enriched uranium. But the senior administration official acknowledged, Amna, there is no guarantee in this person's words that this makes it through the Iranian system, and lots of details to be worked out.
Meanwhile, we saw President Trump also try to expand the negotiations. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the president has spoken multiple times to regional leaders and really beyond the region, some of the people, some of the countries that are helping mediate, and that he is now pressuring them. And he said that if Iran and the U.S. signs this deal, then they must sign a deal with Israel. This is what he wrote. I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords. Now, today, the Abraham Accords includes the UAE, Bahrain, as well as Morocco and Kazakhstan in green there. The president announced today that Saudi Arabia and Qatar would be required to join, followed by Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Jordan. And he said if they don't, they're showing, quote, bad intention. So clearly he's trying to sweeten the deal, but it's left a sour taste in some regional officials' mouths who I've spoken to. They were very shocked about some of this language, almost the threat that the president made. And let's be clear, Amma, this is dead on arrival. The Saudis reiterated today that the only way they will normalize with Israel is that if Israel undergoes a, quote, irreversible path toward Palestinian statehood.
You mentioned talking to some Iranian officials. What are we hearing publicly from Iran today on all of this?
As you said at the top, Iran's top negotiators visited Doha today. And we've seen in the U.S. concern about Iran's leadership being fragmented. Well, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson today did acknowledge some progress, but blamed American leadership for the holdups.
It is true that we have reached a conclusion regarding a large part of the topics under discussion, but to say that this means the signing of an agreement is imminent, no one can make such a claim because policymaking and decision-making in America have become caught in a kind of institutionalized instability.
As for Iran's promises, at this point, there is no public confirmation that Iran is willing at all to restrict its nuclear program going forward.
Meanwhile, this is a war that the U.S. and Israel launched together in Iran. What's Israel saying about the possibility of a deal?
Israeli officials publicly questioned the deal, calling it, quote, a bad deal this weekend. Today, a senior Israeli official messaged me saying that the president told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that the president will remove all of the enriched uranium from Iran. Not just highly enriched uranium, all enriched uranium for Iran. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but Israel is pushing on another subject, and that is Lebanon. Today, Israel announced that it hit some 70 sites across the country today, what it called Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Lebanese officials have said that 3,100 people have been killed in Lebanon since March. Iranian officials do tell me, Amna, that part of this deal is Israel stopping in Lebanon, but U.S. officials today blamed Hezbollah, not Israel, and said that Israel, quote, would never be expected to passively absorb any attacks.
See what happens next. Nick Schifrin tracking it all. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
There, 0.603. I'm going to be able to do it. It's going to take fucking forever, though. I'm at 5. Oh, no, that's when I always had 0.03.
We start the day's other headlines in
4, 5.
California,
Yeah, no, I am on
where
my way to a
authorities
point.
say a large tank full of hazardous chemicals is no longer a threat to explode. Fire officials say an overnight inspection found that a crack had relieved some of the pressure inside, calling it incredibly positive news.
What the goal was last night was to confirm that there was no pressure in the tank. We knew there was a crack, but we didn't know if that crack was full thickness and relieved the pressure.
Firefighters have been spraying the tank with water since it began overheating last week. It contains as much as 7,000 gallons of methyl methacrylate. It's a toxic chemical used to make plastic parts. Officials say the risk to public safety is ongoing, and evacuation orders remain in place for some 50,000 residents of Garden Grove, California, near Anaheim. In Washington, D.C., officials say a bystander who was struck in Saturday's shooting near the White House remains in serious but stable condition. Investigators say the suspect, Nasir Best, had previous encounters with the Secret Service and a history of mental health issues. The 21-year-old was fatally wounded during a shootout with officers. In a court filing, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche cited the incident as a reason to push forward with President Trump's ballroom project, saying it, quote, underscores the critical need for top-level, state-of-the-art security at the White House. Russia is warning of systematic and consistent strikes on Ukrainian military facilities in Kyiv and is urging foreigners to leave the city. That's according to a statement from Russia's foreign ministry, which says Foreign Secretary Sergei Lavrov told Secretary of State Marco Rubio about the impending attacks during a call today. The readout says Lavrov went so far as to warn U.S. diplomatic staff to evacuate the city. The warning comes after Russian forces pounded Ukraine's capital over the weekend. Authorities say at least 2 people were killed and more than 90 others injured. The head of the World Health Organization says at least 220 people have now died from the ongoing Ebola outbreak in Central Africa. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the number of suspected cases has now surpassed 900, and officials say the outbreak is now outpacing response efforts. At checkpoints between villages in the eastern Ituri province, where the outbreak is believed to have started, health workers are screening people passing through to try to curb the spread of the disease.
If we see someone with a very high temperature, we hold them here, and then we call the ambulance, which will take them to the hospital for appropriate care.
Meantime, in neighboring Uganda, health authorities say they found 2 new Ebola cases, bringing the total there to 7. Uganda's president has urged his people to stop shaking hands as part of efforts to limit infections. In Saudi Arabia, the annual Hajj pilgrimage officially starts today. Officials say more than 1.5 million pilgrims have traveled to Mecca amid soaring temperatures and instability brought on by the Iran war. Many spend the first day in a vast tent camp in the nearby desert. Before that, pilgrims were seen circling the cube-shaped Kaaba in the Grand Mosque. The pilgrimage is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, and every able-bodied Muslim with sufficient means is expected to take part at least once in their lives. U.S. financial markets were closed for the Memorial Day holiday. Elsewhere, Americans marked the occasion with parades and commemorations for those who've died while serving in the military. Washington, D.C. hosted what's billed as the nation's largest Memorial Day event. featuring marching bands, veterans, and active military members, among others.
Present! Present! Hug!
Elsewhere, President Trump laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. In his remarks, Mr. Trump honored the nation's fallen soldiers, saying, quote, "We salute them, we exalt them, and we thank them for all that we have and for all that they gave." And Toshifumi Suzuki, the driving force behind Japan's convenience store culture, has died. As a businessman, Suzuki took the 7-Eleven brand from a single store in Tokyo in 1974 to an empire of more than 20,000 locations across Japan. These konbini outlets provide busy office workers and families with sandwiches, rice balls, and fresh meals on the go, a retail experience unlike similar stores in North America. The Japanese company that operates 7-Eleven said Toshifumi Suzuki died of heart failure. He was 93 years old. Still to come on the NewsHour, supporters of the Make America Healthy Again movement share frustration over some Trump administration policies. Tamara Keith and Amy Walter break down the latest political headlines. And we speak to ESPN analyst Mina Kimes about her new role hosting the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
Pope Leo called for artificial intelligence to be disarmed in his first papal encyclical, calling for major regulation to protect against potential risks, including war and economic dislocation.
Oh, duh.
Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed. The word is strong, I know, but deliberately chosen because this moment needs words capable of attracting attention, awakening consciences, and indicating paths forward for humanity.
Leo signed the text on May 15th, 135 years after his namesake, Pope Leo XIII, signed his own transformational document on workers' rights during the Industrial Revolution. For nearly 400 years, popes have used encyclicals to impart Catholic teachings. In his more than 42,000-word text, Leo wrote, quote, "It's not enough to invoke ethics in the abstract. Robust legal frameworks, independent oversight, informed users, and a political system that does not abdicate its responsibility are required. A more moral AI is not enough if that morality is determined by a few." I'm joined now by Christopher Hale, who writes Letters from Leo on Substack. Welcome, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So you wrote that line, Leo's line calling for AI to be disarmed, is the line to remember from his papacy. Why?
You know, when he first got elected on May 8, 2025, he said that he wanted a peace that was unarmed and disarming. So this phrase is something he uses again and again and again. I think it's noteworthy that he used that phrase to describe peace, because the biggest part of this encyclical was not theology, it was not even economics, it was war. He's very concerned about the use of AI in war in particular. So I think it's a very good description of what he's hoping for.
Who do you think he was talking to in delivering that message?
I really think there's really two main.
They all want everything to be Terminator 2.
It was the government here in Washington and around the world, and in Silicon Valley itself. Christopher Olah, of course, was there in the room with them. Anthropic had that infamous fight with the Pentagon in February, in the White House, and the blacklisting them from government contracts. I think that Pope Leo XIV, from my sourcing, found that Anthropic was courageous in that decision, standing up to the government. But there's also a third source I think he's speaking to as well. It's being a little less attention. He's really speaking to consumers. He wants us on our phones less. He wants face-to-face encounters. He wants, children and families to have dinner without phones. So a little less screen time. So he's talking to everyone, in fact.
I want to jump into a little more of what Pope Leo had to say, but you mentioned Christopher Olah, and we should note here that there were some pointed critiques of AI companies in Pope Leo's remarks. Despite that, Anthropic co-founder Chris Olah, as you mentioned, was invited.
In EVE Online, I am trying to get EdenCom rep, and I've cleared like 7 drone sites in high sec, and I've got no rep. What else can I do? Do I have to go to low sec? UC sec Chimera. Okay. I have a bounty, and that didn't respond, is what it is. Oops. So, just load, and I'll respond this time. Yep. I'll just steal the Aurora again, and I'll use it for research. I'll go to my ship and I'll use it for research. Deliver Aurora to Gagarin landing. Smuggle Aurora to Gagarin or whatever. Oh, so I lost that one, but I can probably just steal the Aurora, which is fine. That's what I wanted to do anyways. There's one Aurora. I don't care about that. No, I went there and they've changed it. You're wrong. What else can I do for Eden Com standing? I killed like 25 drones. I got no rep, no standing. That's what I have to do. Okay, build me that Vigil frigate. Build me a cut and paste fit for the Vigil for target painters and sensor booster, and I'll go out and I'll try that. Let's go back and spend some more money, 50 mil or something, because this isn't working. It's going to take too long, and I'm not getting standing gains anyways. I'm not getting I got standing for something I did. Maybe drones? I don't know. Oh, 0.007 now. I don't know, though. Oh, I'm at income. No, I'm still at 0.05. I don't know. I'll have to do something else. That sounds like I might actually get rep, though. So, go try and I've never flown a Vigil. Might as well learn to do something. I'll go to Jita. What are the names of the ones that I target?
Approaching Stargate.
Which one is the one that will give me Edencom rep? Is it Swarmer or Watcher? I said Watcher, not Water.
Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Swarmers, rogue drones, and sleeper mutually receiving. Okay. Okay, so swarmers and watchers.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
How do you warp to them? Is there a beacon that they stand on?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, open combat.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
This isn't gonna work, is it? I'm like cock blocked on Edencom. I have tried for years to get Edencom off.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Going to go pee. Much better. That seems like a good strategy. So this visual actually is the solution. Let's see if I can manage to do it. I don't care about buying visuals. That's fine. Give me the visual fit. Cut and paste. God damn it, you're not letting me type, you fucking stupid piece of shit software developer. You glitched out and I gotta reload, you fucking stupid piece of shit software developer. In Eve, I need the visual fit you gave me for target painting for Edencom rep. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, let's buy 5 visuals. Or maybe I can make them. I don't know. Go to Indie. Look for. I am looking for the visual. Oh, look, I do have visual. Sweet. Five hours and 52 minutes. I'll take 10 of them, fuck it. 11 hours, 44 minutes. Wow. $642 maximum run, so. Okay, we're gonna make 10 visuals and we'll just fit 5. Ugh, listening to the damn robot walk around is driving me crazy. Please stop. Fucking stupid piece of shit software developers. This costs 25 million to fit 10 of these vigils, which is cool. It expands my repertoire. No, wait. You keep giving me a fit. You keep giving me a fit with long range script, and it's actually called targeting. Can you fix this fit to have a targeting range script ×2? You misspelled the afterburner too. Can you fix it? No, give me a normal 1MN afterburner. Okay, I got my Poshpon standing. Damn it. Damn it. Oh well, it's okay. I'll just pull out a filament. It's probably easier that way anyways. No. Don't disconnect me. Oh, cool, we're leaving? Fucking so cool. Why can't they do this more? So fucking cool. Why don't they do this, like, normally? Why would they do that normally? You're so annoying. I should mod. I should buy the mod that lets you teleport the ship or whatever, or, like, right to you. I love that mod. Alright, give me a cladistic. Yes, save. Added something to it. And then, okay. So let's go try and target paint. Well, I guess I need a Glamorex. I actually might have one. Let's put on my booster thingy. Oh, we're like traveling. Oh, cool. You know, why can't you do more RP like this? This is the best RP. This is what your autopilot was supposed to be. Anyways, I want my Meg clone. Jump. And then somewhere in here you have a Glamorex crate, basic capsule. Ability, damage booster 4. Oh, phone is ringing. Hello. Uh-huh. Why? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd just bug you 650 if you want. Okay. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, I'm there. Sorry, we have a bad connection for some reason. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. I'll see you then. Bye. Okay, I am trying to... I'm looking through here for something in particular, but I can't remember what. Oh yeah, the Glamorex. Glamorex. Potent Capsuleer Glamorex booster. Consume. This gave me a 2-day rep booster for what I'm trying to do. And I'm going to try to switch back to a dead clone. Jump. We'll go try to target paint dudes at like fighting each other. Okay, swarmers and watchers. I have to charge my headphones and switch to my other headphones.
to be there and to
Told you to switch ships. Did you do it? Oh, you did. Cool. Do I have a skin for it? Oops. Do I have a skin for this personalization? Okay, cool. We're going to try and go target paint. It appears that I have to form a fleet with myself. Okay, let's go leave. Cool, I'm like living on this ship right now with them. Why does this look cooler? Oh, no, it doesn't look cooler, it just looks shittier. Explosive advanced Razorback for some reason. Explosive, huh? $178. And yeah, the shots are explosive. Damn, that's better than the unfortunately is better than the Grendel, which doesn't do enough damage anymore. Unfortunately. I thought it was a good weapon, but I dumped some money into it, which I wish I hadn't done. But it's fun to mob weapons. No, I think this is a good weapon. I just think there's probably better weapons than this.
Warp drive active.
Planets and suns, Pocos. No, this other gun's better, even if it isn't, like, modded yet. Or no, this keel hauler is best. By far. This keel hauler is way better than all those others. Get the fuck out of my way. That was Sam. Damn, you got fucked up.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
This might be some money. I should put a salvager in this thing. I could have made some money. Ooh, elite frigate. It is 129 mil. Warpath intel. That's not worth it. Look. Look, I got 100 mil. I made 100 mil, which makes up for all of the ship losses today. I just looted a corpse with a lot of stuff on it. I gotta get it home. What's that sound? So annoying. Well, I guess it's finally something good happened. In days, it's only been bad things. Only bad things for days and days. But now I'm up 100 mil, which is good.
Docking permission requested.
Works for me.
Docking request accepted.
Okay, well, let's dump this inventory. I need to come out and get this out of here, because it's a lot of money.
Here's what I found.
45 mil. I was surprised to see that much amount of money. I was like, wait, that's an elite frigate. So, go. Well, this thing paid for itself. That's good. Gonna go back out. If I can get it out of Poshvon. Maybe if I can get Edencom rep, I can. Oh. Let's just check the other station.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Odd. Sit up. My arm hurts so bad. Ugh. Watching that guy's fly, that body fly was awesome. Get the fuck out of the way. Why would you walk into my goddamn M79, you idiot? What the fuck was that? He was a mini boss. Not anymore. What was that? Whoa.
Active.
Yeah, like defend me or something? I don't know. Where did he come from? I wish it had real violence.
Warp drive active.
Okay, go to customs offices.
Warp drive active.
It started getting harder. It's nice. Hypogean, Agonizer, and Observer, but they're not like... Orpheus Tyrannos. So I just had... Oop, oh no. Oh, I don't know. I better jump, huh? Planet. Right, what with them? I'm dead. They kill me instantly. Well, there goes. That was quite. Alright. Try again in a different system, I guess, and just keep trying to chip away. Fucking annoying. But it paid for itself. Okay, out to the next one and just keep trying.
Warp drive active.
$29 points isn't that good. I guess I can cloak up till I pick a new position. In EVE Online, I don't really understand. Do the factions Triglavian and Edencom fight each other in a named combat anomaly that I can go to and target paint in, or is it only out at the customs offices and planets? Okay, so I can descan. There's a lot of golems.
Warp drive active. They surprised me. Hi, kitty. I didn't know it was coming. I love this game.
I love this shit. It feels like Rust. Down you go. Bye. I love the sound of the gunfire. So it is kind of like entertaining. So okay, I'm in on a weird thing. Okay, I know where I am at. That's all, huh? Nothing. Well, let's go to whatever.
Warp drive active.
I'm sitting in a gate for some reason. Oh, oops. Oh shit, the fuck? Time for 5 grenades. Sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 grenades. Sorry. Oh, look, I have 60 impact or 43 impact grenades. Oh, impacts. Impacts are funny, I think. Yeah. Or it sure could go for 45 impact grenades. Oh, I'm sitting at the thing. Oh no. Jump. Oh, jump. Jump. Go, 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 jump. Stay left. Ooh. What? I mean, I thought I paused here. What the fuck is going on? My robots are like fighting dudes. Which is good. Hi, kitty. I love my kitty. She's such a good little kitty. Love my little kitty. She's so loyal to me. She's such a loyal kitty. Yeah, it looks like there's stuff around. I just don't know where. We'll do the customs office jump. And I'll cloak when I get there.
Active.
Oh, my beautiful kitty. Did you have a good nap today? You rested? You feeling good? Yeah, get yourself some love and some affection. Live the cat's life. You're a good cat. That's a good cat right there. Let's go check some planets from the bottom to the top, I guess.
Warp drive active.
Do I have fish spots here? Kind of. That was awesome looking. Okay. No. Oh, this was a bad fish spot, I think. I think that one I want to remove because it's not too good. Okay. Now, yes, I believe I will break some items. No? Okay. Here is vexing phase legionaries. Cloak up. So I've now found a pack of... Ugh, it's gonna take forever. No, I think I just keep moving, but at least I can stealth up. Wait, can I target paint something in a torpid sleeper hive? Okay, well, let's just keep jumping planets and see what else I see, I guess. Oh, that's where I'm at? Okay.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Ooh, 1-inch punch converted calibrated Varun star shard. Wow. You know that's gonna be good when it just tops my keel hauler immediately with no mods. Let's test this out. Oh, look, it is good. Oh, yeah, that's actually really good. I got a good roll. Get the fuck out of my way, fellas. I'm trying to loot. Jesus Christ, you suck. Nope. that can't be right. It's that one. Republic Fleet Valkyrie. Custom office. I don't know which custom office I'm at. 100k EM, it's that one. So I don't know. Customs office.
Warp drive active.
If I hang around cloaked up by some drones, will the opposite faction eventually show if I just stay there? Hi, kitty. You screwed up. No, I meant at a customs office. So like if only one faction is there, or if I sit there and wait, will the other faction eventually show over time?
Warp drive active.
Okay, so now I get a full Eden Con tick for something really big. Okay, so I don't remember where it is I saw these, but I will wait when I find them. Oh, poor kitty. Stop down at the bottom and go all the way to the top.
Warp drive active.
Oh, my kitty. My loving little kitty. You're such a sweet old lady, sissy. I don't know. I guess I'll try that guy. Just pop around.
Warp drive active.
This is such a waste of time. It's starting to bum me out. I don't know what to do about it. Is there a ship I can bring solo that's cheap enough to fight these things? No, but it didn't work for me. No. No, you keep saying that, but they changed it. You can't do it that way. You have to be in a fleet now, I think. No, I don't want to do this. I just don't want Eden come to kill me anymore. This is the worst thing they ever added to the game. It's so dumb. This would offend my best friend so badly. Oh, it's 6:55. Yep. Hello? Oh, so you broke out. What was that? Yeah, yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. I'm on my way. Thank you. Okay, so okay, I'm going to safe log here. At a safe spot and log here. Save. Okay, guys, I go to family dinner now, and I will be gone like somewhere between half an hour to 90 minutes, something like that. I'm not really sure. And I will yeah, and I will do that. I will be back in like 90 minutes. You've been watching the Skycatlive. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take these headphones off and turn them off. Here we go, turn them off. And okay, so gonna turn off the stream, and sorry, I lost my track of thought. And I will pause the recording here. And hi guys, sorry about that. I'm back from dinner. It took me a while this time, 2 hours, but that's okay. Joy Avada.
Warp drive active.
I don't know where my pen is. There it is. Okay. Hi. Hi, pretty little kitty. You cute little kitty. You cute little kitty. Yeah. You sit on my lap. Yeah, you can get some good lap. Get some good lap. Mm-hmm. Oh, my kitty. I can't find what I'm looking for. Which is so annoying. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll do the planets. And this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of them. I'll go to 9 first. Nine, 8, 7. Yes, I'm going to 9.
Warp drive active.
Wreck of Dictor, Wreck of Beef Nacho, Wreck of Dictor. This was 9. Yeah, this was 9. We're going to 8.
Warp drive active.
Oh, my kitty. More of those things. 8. We'll go to 7.
Warp drive active.
More friendlies. 7. 6.
Warp drive active.
6, 5.
Warp drive active.
These settings are too high. Medium. No, it's not that they're too high, it's that the anti-aliasing is too high. Apply. Five, 4.
Warp drive active.
Four, 3.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
And we gotta give you... Ooh, that's a good shotgun. Way better than the other thing.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
There's a harbinger.
Warp drive active.
Okay, now we're going to turn the master up so we can hear the world level. And I'm going to sit here cloaked for a really long time. Does the cloak ever wear off? Oh, don't disconnect. Oh, yeah, look at this kitty. I love this kitty. Locate the comm spike. Ouch, kitty. Watch those claws. Ooh, prototype ship. What else is here? I don't see a chest. Prototype ship, nice. Wait, what? Oh, they left, I guess? Oh, they were like teleporting. I guess they left. Ugh, Eden Com, you drive me crazy. This fucking rep is so shitty. Ouch, kitty. Watch your claws. Oh, my kitty. Watch those claws, kitty. This is a prototype ship. It sucks. Damn, that looks awesome now. Solar panels. I am in to look at daily login. Daily login. 125,000 skill points. Not bad. These warpaths should go. The VNI, the skill points, all the boosters and everything. This historical crate. Okay. Go. Here's a saber. Here's a Vexor. Maybe I should bring a Vexor out here. Vexor might be fairly cheap. Let's uncloak and dock up.
Warp drive active. Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
side effect of the creation of Poshvin is that it's now possible to gain positive standings with both Edencom and the Triglavian Collective in order to avoid both sets of NPCs entirely. This is done by shooting the Rogue Drone, Sleeper, and Drifter NPCs that spawn as a result of wormholes and combat sites within the Poshvin region. For a player with no previous Triglavian standings, this can be done in a single visit to the region, where you only need to kill a single Rogue Drone NPC.
Wow, this shit's
Players
really
who
fast.
participated in Chapter 3 will have a much harder time fixing their standings, but it is still possible. Previously, your Edencom and Triglavian standings varied, so pushing one to +1 would reduce the other to -1. However, killing the other NPCs in the region will actually raise standings with both. Killing drifters offers the largest standings ticks, but are the hardest to kill, while rogue drones provide the lowest ticks, but are the easiest NPCs to kill. To raise just Edencom standings, shoot the rogue drones, drifters, sleepers, and Triglavians. To raise just Triglavian standings, shoot the rogue drones, drifters, sleepers, and Edencom. To raise standings with both Edencom and Triglavians, you need to shoot rogue drones, drifters, and sleepers only. Standings ticks are granted every 10 minutes after you attack an NPC, and will give you credit for the largest target you destroy.
I'm gonna leave this ship here, and I'm gonna come back with like a Vienna. No, probably a Vexor, like a Vexor. I'm not wearing my clone, am I? Nope. And I will park a Vexor out here, and then I will run around in an Ibis looking for... here's an Harbinger. Pizza Fit. Burgers for dinner was so good.
To speak, here's a part of what he had to say.
AI development is concentrated in a handful of wealthy nations. How will we ensure that the gains of AI are shared globally? We do not have a mechanism for this. It is an unsolved problem. And it is the kind of problem the Church has historically refused to let the world ignore.
Why invite Ola to the Vatican, and what did you take away from his remarks?
I think that the reality of it is a church cannot be Luddite. They can't simply reject technology. A lot of people were hoping actually for harsher critique of AI. But Leo XIV says that AI is in fact inevitable, and we need to find good actors to play with. And I think he saw in Christopher Olah, quite frankly, unlike some of his competitors, someone who is willing to play ball with ethics. I've been working in this industry for a long time. Really, the Vatican's been doing this for a decade, reaching out to AI companies. And more than anyone else, Anthropic has played ball, unlike its competitors.
There were, as you mentioned, some big existential views on war in particular. Pope Leo talked about the use of AI in war as a sin, a betrayal of the just war doctrine. What did you make about the way he talked about that, the just war doctrine? Folks will remember there's a lot of back and forth about this when Vice President J.D. Vance criticized the Pope for weighing in on the war in Iran. What did you take away from it?
The American people are definitely getting a theology lesson. St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine's coming up again and again. I think what he was saying is just war doctrine really is a six centuries old tradition that didn't really imagine a world where human actors were not being the ones to make decisions. Pope Leo XIV is aghast by war. He was very aghast by the beginning of the war in Iran when 168 children were killed at that school in Iran from forward. But I think that he actually thinks there's two levels of war. There's the atrocity of war waged by humans, but I think he finds the idea of wars waged by machines against humans to be even more of an atrocity. So he wants the Catholic social justice theory, a just war theory, to really address this head on going forward.
It was striking the way the encyclical covered so many concerns around AI, about risks to children and society and so on. He also wrote this. He said, the pursuit of greater profits cannot justify choices that systematically sacrifice jobs. What exactly is the Pope calling for here?
I think he's calling for regulation, much to the chagrin of many in Washington. J.D. Vance famously goes to Europe in February 2025 at the beginning of his term and says we need to stop talking less about guardrails and disruption and talk more about innovation. And Pope Leo XIV is saying, actually, we do need to talk about guardrails. We do need to talk about disruption. Leo XIII was really concerned about the Industrial Revolution, what it would do to workers. It really gave birth to the labor movement and to labor unions. I think Leo XIV is looking for some kind of social movement as well, against safeguarding against the atrocities that might come from economic dislocation due to AI.
Separate from AI, we do need to know that the Pope made an historic apology for the Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery, for the failure to condemn it for hundreds of years. He called it a, quote, wound in the Christian memory, one from which we cannot consider ourselves detached. It's a very big moment for the Church. Why this moment, and why make that message in this way?
You know, he is the first U.S.-born pontiff. He knows in the flesh and his own experience, his own demographics, his own roots, the effects of American slavery. And so I think it's twofold. I think he realizes it's the 250th anniversary of his home country, and we're not hearing a lot about the failures and sins of the American past in our own government. So I think he's actually putting his voice out there as a moral leader globally. But also it's very clear that he sees that there could be affronts to human dignity not dissimilar to slavery coming forth in this era as well. And I think he fears that AI could exacerbate that problem.
He did announce very early in his papacy he considered AI to be the biggest challenge facing humanity today. Wrap up everything you heard in the encyclical today, everything you read, and in terms of how it informs his papacy moving forward.
You know, Pope Leo XIV is a consumer of Western media. He's the first pope to own a cell phone, to own an Apple Watch, to send an email. So he experiences the technological revolution in the flesh. So when he was writing this document, he was not writing about something he read about. He's writing about something he's experienced. And so I think his own experience informs us. And he's concerned not just for humanity, but for our posterity. He is the Pope of our children. And that's, I think, his biggest concern.
Christopher Hale, man behind the Letters from Leo Substack. Great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
When he left the presidential race, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. galvanized his supporters to vote for Donald Trump, which helped to propel Trump back to the White House. The president promised to let Kennedy go wild on health care policy. But as fans of Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again, or MAHA movement, have learned, that promise has limits. And now some MAHA voters are feeling disillusioned. Ali Rogan recently spoke to some of them.
I was on a bridge during rush hour.
Ohio mom Nancy Fuller was waving the flag on the nation's health problems long before she supported Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for president. Her motivation? her son, Steve, now 33, a visual artist with autism and epilepsy.
Steve's art is so unique. And what's fascinating for most artists to appreciate is that there is no draft.
As a child, Steve was nonverbal, and doctors warned he would have a lower quality of life. Fuller says they had few answers, so she sought them out herself.
I know that your journey with Steve has made you Maha before Maha was a slogan.
Exactly. Steve is like a canary in the coal mine. He's very sensitive to toxicities in our air, food, and water. And he's singing, and he's calling out to be helped.
Most American children can no longer go fishing with their father and come home and safely eat the fish.
Fuller began following Kennedy as his profile rose as an environmental lawyer and activist, speaking out about clean water and pesticides, including against agrochemical company Monsanto, creator of the herbicide Roundup.
Kills the root, kills the weed.
In 2018, Kennedy helped win an almost $300 million settlement for a man who blamed his cancer on Roundup's active ingredient, glyphosate. The World Health Organization labeled glyphosate probably carcinogenic to humans in 2015. Kennedy's controversial opinions on vaccines also resonated with Fuller, who describes herself as, quote, vaccine hesitant. She questions whether vaccines played some role in Steve's autism. Dozens of studies on different vaccines have found no connection to autism.
I am a proponent, actually, of vaccines, but I also think there's a subpopulation of people that are very sensitive. There could be a contributing factor of the vaccines and the environment to what kind of set off the autism in my son. I do believe that.
Fuller was thrilled when Kennedy ran for president, but the lifelong Democrat was torn when he dropped out and endorsed Trump.
I did have to kind of hold my nose, because my vote for that ticket was a vote for RFK Jr.
And a vote for him to make good on his campaign promises.
We're going to ban the worst agricultural chemicals that are already prohibited in other countries.
But in February, the president issued an executive order to increase domestic production of glyphosate, citing national security concerns. Then Kennedy gave Trump political cover, writing on social media, "I support President Trump's executive order to bring agricultural chemical production back to the United States, and that Trump did not build our current system. He inherited it." Like many Maha supporters, Fuller was furious.
When RFK Jr. put out his statement on glyphosate, I would hope that I would have been a little more honest about it. I do believe he knows the harm this toxic chemical does to people.
And now the drug company Bayer, which owns Monsanto, is lobbying state and federal lawmakers to pass laws protecting it from health-related lawsuits.
Thank you for standing up for our next generation.
Last month, the Supreme Court heard its case as Maha supporters rallied outside. The Trump administration urged the court to rule in favor of Bayer.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm a conservative, and I do support President Trump, but I do not agree with everything he does. And this is one thing that I was highly disappointed that he did this.
I thought he would be on board with, especially, holding people accountable for things. And having RFK Jr. in there, too, I thought.
He just bailed out a bunch of criminals and fucking insurrectionists. What are you talking about? Responsible for things. He walked out of jail after 34 felonies. He doesn't believe in responsibility.
Would help. So it is very disappointing.
A recent Politico poll found that a third of Americans now identify as Maha supporters, and half of them view limiting pesticide use as a core issue of the movement.
I knew that if there was an issue with moms that could make or break the Maha Coalition, it was pesticides.
Alex Clark is the host of Culture Apothecary, a podcast produced by the young conservative group Turning Point USA. She said her listeners, many so-called Maha moms, felt betrayed by Trump's executive order on glyphosate.
These voters want fight Trump. They don't want ballroom Trump. They want the man who promised to fight the system, and for Maha moms, that includes big ag and big chemical.
In what was viewed as a White House attempt to make amends with Maha, Clark was part of a delegation who met with Trump and other officials last month.
We laid out how upset we were and how upset Maha voters are on the pesticide issue. Maha could absolutely be decisive in the midterms. The political power of Maha is that these voters are movable, and in a midterm, movable voters decide everything.
Early on, we were just super grassroots. So we had
voters like Elizabeth Frost, a political consultant and activist in Southern Ohio who worked on Kennedy's presidential campaign.
It was such an interesting experience to see this massive tent that Kennedy was able to cast. People showed up to knock doors for Trump, people who could barely stomach the thought of it because that was what they wanted to do for the sake of advancing Maha policies.
Frost now leads the grassroots group Maha Ohio. Like many Kennedy supporters who adopted the Maha
you guys look crazy
label, she feels the Trump administration is dismissing this valuable group.
You know, having Kennedy there beside you for your press conferences, it is not enough. If Kennedy, as the head of HHS, isn't being fairly listened to on this issue, we've got a number of major problems for this relationship.
Frost says ahead of the midterms, she's interested in candidates who aren't afraid to challenge Trump on issues like pesticides, like Republican Thomas Massie in neighboring Kentucky. He co-wrote a bipartisan bill banning glyphosate manufacturers from legal immunity, but he lost to a Trump-endorsed candidate in his primary.
Would you prefer a candidate backed by Trump and MAGA or someone backed by Kennedy and Maha?
We're very much more aligned with Maha values than anything that we're seeing coming out of the White House currently, and people are going to show up to vote for change.
Back in Cincinnati, Nancy Fuller says her Maha values will be a filter in the midterms and that she isn't ready to give up on Kennedy.
I'm not in his shoes, and he's got to pick his battles to bring health to America. And if that's something that the President of the United States wants to do, you know, I don't want to see him get fired. I think at the end of the day, it's a chess game for him, and he has to move the chess pieces where he can advance health.
In the game of electoral politics, Maha voters can be kingmakers, and they still have plenty of moves left to make. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Allie Rogan in Cincinnati, Ohio.
A big week ahead in Republican politics as President Trump's fight to reshape the Republican Party comes to Texas tomorrow to try to take out another incumbent senator. And Democrats weigh how to move past 2024 losses with the midterms fast approaching. For more on all of this, I'm joined by our Politics Monday duo. That is Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter and Tamara Keith of NPR. It's great to see you both.
Glad to be here.
Quick recap, as I know you've all been following this as well. President Trump has now, over the past few weeks, helped to oust Indiana state senators who opposed him, Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to convict him in his impeachment trial, Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, who opposed some of his policies. President Trump is now heading to Texas tomorrow to back the Attorney General Ken Paxton, who is trying to unseat the incumbent Senator John Cornyn. Tam, what is the president's message here, and is it going to work in Texas?
It certainly could work in Texas. The president is never more powerful than he is in Republican primaries in red states. And that is what he has proven in all of these cases, is that among Republican primary voters, he has a lot of sway. However, the universe is much bigger than Republican primary voters. And some of the actions that he has taken as president recently have caused backlash from within his own party, because many other members of Congress, in fact, are running in purple states, purple districts, and don't want to have to run on President Trump's retribution campaigns.
Amy, Democrats like this. They want to run against Ken Paxton
in
Texas. Tell us why.
Yes, well, he's got a lot of political baggage, not the least of which he was indicted and impeached in the state. He has personal baggage, and he's a terrible fundraiser. So Texas is a state that is very expensive to run in. This is going to cost the party a lot of money. Even if they were to succeed, they're going to have to pour and divert money that was supposed to go to states where they feel like they have a better chance of winning, or where they could hold on to incumbents that are in trouble and move it there. I think last week was also the perfect example of Donald Trump's ability to make the campaign in 2026 more about him and less about what actual voters are interested in, and certainly what Republicans who are up in 2026 would like him to talk about. Whether it's going after members of his own party, whether it is the ballroom, that he's still fighting for the funding there, and then this anti-weaponization fund. Literally, if you asked what could the president do to make life harder for his own party, I would point to last week and say, that.
Well, Tim, you've been out talking to swing voters for a new project. What do they think about all of this?
Yeah, the project is called Swing Shift, and I'm talking to about a dozen swing voters who have agreed to keep talking to me over the next 3 years. They are not bringing up the president's retribution campaign. They don't really care about what's happening in Republican primaries. They're talking about gas prices. They're talking about grocery prices. They're talking about the cost of living. They're talking about wanting to have a better future for their kids. They have real concerns about the state of the country. I asked them for a word or phrase to describe the current state of the country. All of these voters have voted for President Trump sometime over the last 10 years.
Then don't
but they
vote for
describe
Trump.
it as chaotic, a hot mess, divided. 3 people said divided, 2 people said chaotic. There's a great well of dissatisfaction about the current state of the country.
Yeah, and I think this is the other thing to really keep in mind when we talk about the Republican base. There's the MAGA base, of which Donald Trump is the king. There's no doubt about that. And the MAGA base turns out in primaries. But there are a whole bunch of people who either identify as Republicans or voted for Republicans who don't identify as MAGA. They're not necessarily anti-Trump. Yeah. They just don't center their identity around him. And it's those voters that we're seeing in polls who are the least enthusiastic for voting. And so what Donald Trump has done, essentially, both with this retribution campaign, but also with not focusing on the economy and the things people are saying that they care the most about, is he's winnowing his base down to its absolute smallest core. And the rest of those voters are now outside of that. Now, are they going to show up in November? Maybe. Are these Republicans going to vote for a Democrat? Unlikely. But he's not making it easy.
Amy, let me stick with you on this, because we saw the Democrats finally release this autopsy report from the 2024 election loss last week in all its sort of unfinished, heavily notated form. This, as we've talked about before, this is supposed to be a good time for Democrats. They're supposed to be carrying momentum leading into this midterm election. How are you looking at them right now?
Well, let's start with this. First, an autopsy or a look back on what went wrong is not going to be the reason Democrats win or don't win in 26 or 28. But I think what it highlighted is the growing frustration among party regulars, activists, about the head of the DNC. DNC has been having so much trouble raising money. They have been outraised by multiples of, I can't even tell you how many, by the RNC. And here's the thing. The throw weight, the financial throw weight of the party is not what it used to be. Back when I started doing this, they were everything. Now you have super PACs and billionaires that can fill that void. What the DNC and the RNC can do, though, that makes them very important, they set up the rules for how you get nominated to be your party's person to take the presidency. They set the dates for when we have primaries and which states go first. And they have the rules about the delegates. If voters within the Democratic sphere and the activists in that Democratic sphere don't trust the DNC to do this well, that is very dangerous going into 2028 if people within the Democratic Party are fighting amongst themselves about how the process works.
Tim, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, a document that lacks a conclusion about what went wrong is a great metaphor for how things are going right now. Democratic voters are dissatisfied with the Democratic Party. So this autopsy is not necessarily a surprise. It's sort of more of the same of the way Democratic voters perceive the party. What I will say, though, is there were well-crafted autopsies that came after Democrats lost in 2004, after Republicans lost in 2012, and then the parties nominated people that were definitely not contemplated by those autopsies. The 2012 autopsy saying that Republicans needed to do immigration reform and really try to win over Latino voters, and then they nominated President Trump. And obviously in 2008, President Obama kind of came out of nowhere as well. So at this point in the cycle, neither of them had burst onto the scene in a way where people would have thought, oh, well, that is the solution to this party's problem.
Sam, before we go, less than a minute left, but I have to ask you about this because last week we saw some rare defiance among Republican lawmakers here in Washington, leaving before they acted on the president's priorities. We know a lot of that concern was over that new anti-weaponization fund, concerns about who's going to get that money. Do you see that as new pushback? Is that something we're going to continue to see from them when they return to town?
I think that Republicans in the Senate are going to have to figure out how to solve that problem, because Democrats are going to put up for a vote amendments that get them to weigh in on that. And I don't know of many Republicans who want to run on a $1.8 billion slush fund, money from which could go to people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
Tamara O'Keefe, Amy Walter, great to see you both. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
They were good.
Memorial Day was first.
No, I don't want to do that. I want to do.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
In that period, each faction has its own standard.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, what is my...
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
It is kind of fun doing faction, or sorry, K-Space, rogue sites. I am running high-sec drone anomalies in a Gnosis. Do I need any kind of hack or relic or anything like relic or data processor for any of the rewards that the drones drop?
Warp drive active.
This ship is worth 42 mil. No, it's not. No, it's worth like 76. 76 is good though. For 650 DPS, that's pretty good. Like I could afford that. Is there some way to buy Edencom standing? 50K is really good. Could use a faster afterburner.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
I don't have a mobile tractor unit. No. Go get a mobile tractor unit. It's so annoying. After this, I'll go get one. And I'll come back here. And then auto targeter instead of this core probe launcher. I'll do high sec stuff just to do high sec stuff. I'm kind of sick of being harassed wherever I go. I'll just run I would try to run for escalations on the assumption that that sort of busy lifestyle doesn't get me targeted. Level 4s were working. I made 100 mil.
Established after the Civil War, but has become a day to mark all those who died.
I've been playing this all day and I have a sense now for the frames that I've been getting on 4K. I'm tempted to bump it to 5K. And I think I'm going to real quick. Oops, yep, save and quit. Yep, confirm. Oops, did I not quit? Yeah, quit. Just quit. Just I need an auto targeter. 432 AB doesn't seem as good as a 10MN AB. I probably will invest in that. Let's just see if I can be cap stable. And I will get a mobile tractor unit. Let's go to that cargo container just to see what it is. I don't know, like this, I feel like let's go ask a question. In EVE Online, is there a drone combat battlecruiser? The Myrmidon. Galente. Let's take a look at the Myrmidon, or I don't know, the Mars is known for the heavy drone platform, huh? Armor repairer effectiveness sounds like a better deal for what I'm trying to do. What is the average price of a fit Myrmidon for high sec escalations? $110. That seems pricey. No, this is a better ship. It just has to brawl stuff close. The stuff has to get close to me. Otherwise, I just try and pick everything off with drones and spin. I don't know. It's not really amazing. Okay, this one's done. I guess I'll like grab the stuff that I can reach. What's the average price of a fit prophecy? Ooh, centuries, huh? See, this ship's cheaper, but it is a brawler, so it has to like shoot anything that gets close. But I mean, like, I don't know, like. Missiles are 355 and the drones are 287. So it's actually kind of a split. But the Myrmidon doesn't get a bonus to drones, I don't think, do they? Oh, they do. 50% bonus to drone hit points of damage out. So if I'm going to be maining Eve, I just want to do stuff. Like, do stuff that where I don't know where I'm not harassed all the time. This seems like something I could do. Dread Caristus tag. Was it worth something? No. No. Okay, go back to Jita.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, I think the sentry drones... I don't ever have to target with sentry drones, right?
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, right. So, never mind. I think I like this ship the best of all of them, and it's also the cheapest. So, this is the ship we'll run for this. I'll just modify it slightly. Okay, I don't see why I can't try 5K. I've been thinking about it all day. I'm like, 4K is nice. It's probably better frames. But let's try 5K, because why not? I think it can do it. It's got, like, you know, it is strong enough. Okay, cool. Let's go back in and try some Starfield again.
Approaching Stargate.
I could bring a Gnosis and a... like, I don't know, Nosa Sande. I don't know what else is really cheap and really passive. I could bring them both along, but I don't think I need to do that.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Approaching station.
And it really rained tonight.
Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Docking request accepted.
Okay, I need a few more. These, I'll take like 3,000 more. Nice, okay. I can't pay. Thank you for that. I think I will decline. Seemed weird. I'm not sending 500. I'm not doing that's too much. I'll get him on by myself. I'm not paying that much money either. I need to put a booster in. Yeah, I need a mobile tractor unit in my thingy, and I will just run high sec. I don't care if it takes me weeks. I'm not paying 500 mil to some nerd so they can just gank me out in Poshfon or something on stream. That's not happening to me. I'll take weeks in high sec before I'll do that. I'm not looking that stupid. I'm not handing 500 million to a stranger. I realized that the person was trying to help me, but it's more my own skittishness, my paranoia. I think that person was cool. I got no issue with that person. I think they tried to help me. It's my own paranoia. I can't trust strangers like that. It's the PTSD. I'm sorry, I don't front. The minute they mentioned a front, I was like, nah, get me the rep first and I'll pay. And I realized that I was going to sound more of an asshole than they were going to sound by asking me to front. And I learned a long time ago as a kingpin drug dealer, you don't ever front. You don't ever front, ever. Not in the whole time I was doing my business. Did I ever let somebody front me? Or did I ever ask somebody to front me? You understand? I don't do fronts. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, cash on the barrelhead when the service has been transacted. So if he had stepped to me and been like, 200 mil, we'll bring you in the fleet, bring a cheap ship worth 100 million, we'll pump your rep. If you're happy, pay us 200 million, otherwise we'll blow you up, right? That's what I would have said. And I would be like, absolutely take it. But when he was like, pay us 500 mil up front, the FC is scared of spies. I was like, no, I don't want to know you guys then. I don't care about spies. I don't care about FCs. You're asking me twice what I'm willing to pay. And I realized that you tried to help me, but I also don't, Yeah, I don't need it. I don't need to pay somebody $500 million to do this, and I don't want to meet a bunch of crazy people who are not going to like my corp title. And I came in there and I was just like, yeah, thank you so much, but thank you so much for the offer. Very kind of him to offer. I actually liked it, but I'm not paying $500 million, no. And I'm not wheeling and dealing with him. I'm not insulting him. I think he tried to help me. To be fair, you know. Nice guy. I actually don't mind. I'll leave him on the context list. He did try to help me, and I believe he is a nice guy. But I mean, I'm a paranoid motherfucker from my drug times. I don't ever front, and I think anybody who ever suggests it is a liar. I'm sorry, but anybody. Very seldom does business require fronts. You can do transaction right then and there when the goods are sitting on the table. That's what we do in World of Warcraft. When the loot falls, we're like, all right, you can roll Neen, but I'll still kick you unless you pay me first for this item. But we have to make sure that you're good and all this. And that's what I would have done. I would have been like, nah, take me on one op. At the end of it, you can pay us or we blow you up, right? And no, there was just too many ways I could fuck him, and there was too many ways he could fuck me. And so I was just like, no, thank you, I love you, thank you for the offer, and I declined him. Nice guy. He offered me to get my Eden come up negative 0.05. I can get my own rep up at negative 0.05. I don't want to pay a merc to do it. I would pay 200 mil if they're running the fleet anyways. And I didn't mean to insult the guy. But immediately something didn't feel right, and I was like, no, absolutely not. Nice try, you know. Minute the thoughts that this is how I stayed on the streets as a drug dealer. I never did do real time, and you know, I stayed on my feet. I just if something doesn't seem right to me, I just don't fucking do it. I don't do it. So I could go kill Trig. I could kill friendly Trig outside a station in this. I could kill 0.05. They show up at stations out there. I could just go like out there someplace and mine until they show up. No, did you log me? Please give me an audio warning, you fucking piece of shit. All right, anyways, go. I don't know. I like 5K, but I think it's fairly intensive. It's may not really be worth the low frames. I don't know. It's hard to say. Go back in and try again. What do you mean? It's iron ore. What are you talking about? Cars some more advanced. Right. What are you talking about? Anyways. This game is on medium, but I think I would kind of like it on low. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't need to look good, this game. It just needs to look sharp. Now I think I want to lower the settings even lower. The game looks good right now, and it's not really stealing frames too badly. I wish I could get some kind of frame read on it. Like, it's reading GeForce Now, but it's not reading this, which is really annoying. Can I go Control F12 right here, and then come to Options, Settings, Heads Up Display, upper right. Ah, there we go. There. Okay, so we're sitting in 76. Yeah, which is not bad. That's actually not that bad. I was like, why can't you give me an FPS reading? It seems weird. All right, go back in. I like that guy. He struck me as somebody who was really trying to help me. I feel bad telling him no. I was like, thank you. I'm terribly sorry. I must decline, but but thank you. And I left him with a heart sign because I was like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel right to me. I'm terribly sorry. I don't trust people like that. I can't, like, I don't. Okay, the last time, let's put it this way. The last time I gave somebody money for a product, good, service, whatever the fuck it was, before I received that product, I was 15 years old. And I got fucked for a $40 sack of fucking weed. And I was just like, I'm never doing this again. I understand now. It's happened to me so many times. Between the age of 13 and 15, I got fucked by shitty park people and shitty drug dealers and shitty people that you meet. Shitty people that give you their number and shitty people. And occasionally they fuck you. And I got so used to it that I was just like, I'm never fronting money to somebody ever again. I need to look at the product in my fucking hand. If they can't meet me somewhere private where I can look the product in my fucking hand like this, you know what I'm saying? I'm not giving them money first. And it's been 25 years, I believe. Yeah, it's been like 25 years since I've fronted somebody money up front. I'm not doing that. Even in a game, I'm not doing it. Because if they're asking it like that, then they've got, like, problems. They've got spies that don't like them. When the minute that he mentioned we're scared of spies, I was like, well, then, no, you're just going to think I'm a spy. What's to stop you from blowing me up? Like, what's to stop you from killing my ship afterwards? There's a lot of things that I can't, you know. When you can't guarantee it, don't do the deal. It's just how the real world works. Putzes and losers and born losers, they'll take the deal and they'll get fucked somehow. Maybe they don't fuck me out of the 500 million, but I bet once they've got me the rep of running a Torvid sleeper, I bet they kill your ship because they don't want you there. They don't want you sitting there. They don't want you anybody like forming warp points to jump in on them with some other fleet or anything like that. They don't know what Discord you're sitting in or anything like that. And I'm sympathetic to them. So another reason that I declined him was to ensure him that I'm not some fucking spy. When I said I'm not interested, he understood I wasn't a spy, you know? That's the other thing. I don't want him even thinking I'm a fucking spy. Because that just causes pieces of shit on the Eve internet or otherwise to fucking fixate on me. Way worse than I've already got with Safety, with all those other shitty ganker guilds, with people for like Absolute Order and all the enemies of Absolute Order like Pedro and all this. The people that didn't like Absolute Order like Brock Broman and all this. And all these other Safety people that don't like Absolute Order or any of the shit that I do. And so it's like, yeah, I learned a long time ago, don't do anything to piss those people off. Just don't do it. Just do, like, if that guy's worried about spies, then don't fucking go with him. Don't act like a spy and be like, well, I don't want to be act all furtive, but I'm not a spy. You just say, okay, if you're worried about security at all, then you're not running a tight operation that I wish to be involved in. The same is true of drug deals. If the guy is nervous about you at all, when you're doing weight, when you're like buying weight, and the other guy is nervous about you because he doesn't know you, then don't do the fucking deal. Figure out how to know him. Hang out in a hotel room with him with some girls or something. You know, smoke some speed with him or whatever. It doesn't matter, but do whatever. Like, get to know the guy first. If you're really nervous about him fucking you or whatever, get to know him first. Don't do a drug deal or anything else with somebody that you don't know. It's not only is it bad for your community because the money's going outside of your community usually when you do that. It's also sort of like, you know, it's risky. It's just fucking risky. What's to stop him from fucking you? Nothing. I've met people in the drug scene who act like drug mule. I would say they're like a combination of drug mule and nomad. And so they'll go from city to city, burning bridges in each city. And just stealing from dealers and stealing from buyers and shit. And then when they torch the city and they can't stay there anymore without somebody showing up at their hotel room with a pistol, they fucking hop on to the next city. And I have a lot of friends like that, frankly. I got a friend, he was a booster, you know what I'm saying? And like, he was the most famous kid in goddamn Denver.